until we get finished doing what we're doing. I'm trying to eliminate an echo here, so hold on. I get that done for you in a second. I greet you from the friendly confines of Founders Plaza at DFW International Airport. Here we are at a slightly different location this evening because there was no parking where I usually hang out. So we're down a little bit along the southerly fence here at Founders Plaza. You are looking there, of course, at the big, bold British Airways A380, which will be winging its way to London Heathrow in just a minute or just a few minutes. It is, we're on a countdown to the final appearance of this behemoth, at least for a while here at DFW Airport, as we mentioned on Wednesday night. Well, we've known this for a little bit, that British Airways is going to be scrubbing its A380 service to DFW. I believe October 28th is the final takeoff. They'll still have service, but with other planes, and so it may be that we don't get any A380 service. We weren't really sure until just a few days ago whether we would get 380 service back here, but we will, because next year, I believe in late summer, Qantas will be switching over some of its Sydney originations from a Dreamliner to their A380 as they resurrect their fleet. I believe that what I've read is it's not going to be a daily A380 flight. They're going to kind of mix it up with the Dreamliner fleet. But nevertheless, very exciting. And I just realized that you were looking at me instead of this, so. My setup tonight was, I got over here, I think, at 6:50. By the time I was able to park. And so this was pretty much a record setup for me, about 40 minutes for a 3-camera multi-microphone extravaganza. So congratulations to me for doing that. We should be seeing a turn here from this aircraft very shortly. I am looking here at a super chat, which was delivered unto us from our friend James Webb. James Webb, the channel sponsor, with a $200 super chat. Thank you so much, James. That's quite a nice way to begin our broadcast. And we also like to thank Emra Yurtis for a $2 super chat. I believe BA is going to fly an A350 to DFW, so that'll be a nice addition. We are seeing an increasing number of A350s. Qatar has shifted its 2 daily flights to A350-1000s coming in here. Who else flies the A350? My mind's drawing a blank. Well, there you can see the A380 making the turn, and we would expect, based upon recent events, that it's going to be making a U-turn here to take off from the short T on runway 18 left. It's a very nice evening here. comfortable, 73 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind out of the southeast at, it says here, 4 miles an hour. It feels a little more vibrant than that. Nevertheless, it is south flow, which is what we always like to see here on, especially on a nighttime broadcast. We're going to miss ye, BA A350, or A380, sorry. Before we took to the airwaves tonight, and I was working at my full-time job, I had the Airline Videos Live channel on in the background, listening to, I couldn't watch too much of it, but I was listening to a live interview that Kevin was having with the great Noel Phillips, the noted travel vlogger who does some incredible travel videos, mostly aviation related, but not all. And as many of you know, Noel is based now in the Houston area. He moved there a year or two ago from his native Britain. So we're glad to have Noel here in the States and in the state of Texas with us. Emre with another $2 super chat. Thank you for that. Finnair flies the A350 and Cathay Pacific will start in the spring. That sounds familiar. See, our peoples here on the channel know so much. Here's Beve, one of our great mods, and a channel member, says, have a great show. Thank you, Beve. Scanning through the messages here. There's Michael Flannery, a new mod here on the channel. Hello to all, says he. Hello to you, Michael, and thank you for your service to the channel. Larry Brown says, Jerry, he's talking about Jerry of Big Jet TV, played your opening credits today. He loves it. Well, I'm so grateful to him for that. I'll tell you more in just a second. Hello. Hi, I'm Walt. Do you have a drawing for us? Oh, wow.
One time I gave you the JAL 747.
I remember that, yeah.
And I told you I would be.
You might not.
And like I said.
Oh, wow. That is terrific. I wish I could show it on the camera. It's usually we're over there where there's more light, and it's pretty dark over here. But what I'll do is I'll take this and I'll scan it so I could put it up on the screen so everybody can see it more clearly.
I just have another one to show you, the FedEx 727.
Oh, that's good. A 727. Have you ever seen a real 727 in person?
Never, sadly. I went to see one. Never actually seen one.
And may I ask, I'm trying to get people to hear you if you don't mind. What is your name?
Seth.
Seth, that's right. And how old are you?
I am 10.
10. Well, you have definitely got the artwork done. You also got a plane with toting a banner which says Runway DFW. That's so cool. Well, thank you for that, Seth. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How often do you come out here?
I'd say about every Friday night, sometimes on Saturday nights.
Yeah, and do you have, I can't remember if you have an interest in going into aviation when you get older.
Aviation, yes.
Aviation, definitely, okay.
I'm here with my grandma again. This is me and my last week, and we come out to the
That's so nice. I have a 10-year-old grandson. I can't get him interested in this yet. But maybe by the time he's 10, he will be. Well, thank you, Seth. Thank you again.
See you soon.
Okay. This is a nice picture. I wish I could show it to you. It shows a 747 which says Runway DFW on it. And then there's a plane above it, a propeller plane, pulling an advertising banner which also says Runway DFW. Thank you, Seth. So again, what I'll do is I'll scan that, and we'll display it in full next time. All right. So we were talking about Jerry of Big Jet TV, and Jerry wrote to me earlier this week and said he's coming out here to DFW next week for some members only shows on, I believe he said Wednesday and Thursday. Let's see what our angles are from this alternative position here. So anyway, I hope to come down here and say hello to Jerry. He's kind of the OG live plane spotter, as many of you know. He's been doing this for many years, and he's got it all figured out. I wrote back to him. I said, Jerry, if there's anything you need a table or some batteries or whatever. He doesn't need anything. He's been doing this for so long. He's got it all. His travel's all figured out. Freddie O says, that sounds like a cool picture. It really is. It's so nice. I've had many, well, I don't know many, but I've had a lot of young people especially favor us with cool drawings. So let's see, we've got American Airlines Flight 2769 coming in from Seattle. Oh, look what we have here, though. Wait a minute. We have, coming up over the eastern sky, the moon, which is nearly full. I don't know if it's still considered a full moon at this point. Let me see if we got any planes coming in front of it. We've got a American Airlines A319 coming in on the east side from St. Louis, flight 2269, and perhaps, if we play our cards right, we can get a look at that. where we can get a plane kind of going in front of the moon. I'll turn off my autofocus so it doesn't get all messed up. We'll see it. We'll see that plane here in a second or two. Kai likes what they're seeing. Gordon Freeman says it was such a nice surprise to see Runway DFW on Big Jet TV. I didn't get to see it. I was watching Jerry this morning. Was it this morning? He was tending to animals in the paddock, horses in the paddock, as he was setting up his stream. Here comes a plane. Let's see what it does. Well, that's nice. That was a nice shot. Heather Nelson, I don't know if you were saying that's cool or... We'll see if we get another one while the moon is in that position. See, what do we got coming in? We've got a CRJ 701ER coming in from Evansville, Indiana. American Eagle Flight 4838. Will it transit the moon for us? Let us see, and then we'll go about our other business. Beve liked that. Thank you, Beve, and as did 757 Chip. So let's see what happens here. Do I see it yet? It is about 20 or 30 seconds away. As it gets higher in the sky, we might get some other moon transit opportunities here tonight with the planes coming in on this side of the airport. Okay, here it comes. Let's see. I think it may be a little low to go right over it. Yeah. Now the moon's on the move. We've got a Frontier flight about to enter our viewfinder. Flight 3277 off to Salt Lake City, an Airbus A320 with Al, the Roadrunner, on the tail. There's Al. Let me dial down that exposure a little bit so you can see him a little better. Let me turn on the autofocus again. So Al the Roadrunner. Have I ever seen Al the Roadrunner before? It's a 5-year-old plane. So I probably have. Just not ringing the old bell. It'll probably start feeling a little colder by the time we get done with tonight's broadcast, but for right now, it is almost ideal nighttime plane spotting conditions for us. And I'm glad you're here to share it with us. Sitting in your living room or your office or Skittles in her car. There's a United Express plane, which is off to Houston Intercontinental Airport, flight 6042. It is an Embraer 175. It's getting away from us, isn't it? Ah, there you see the Flying Roo in the background there. Is that a Melbourne flight? Yes, flight 22 off to Melbourne was that Qantas Dreamliner -9. It's coming around the bend of Terminal D. X-ray plane spotting. An affectionate greeting, Walt. Enjoying your broadcast in my living room. Thanks for making us feel closer to the action in DFW. Stay warm. Thank you to Ray, who I got to meet a couple of weeks ago here. He recently moved to Texas from Cuba, and he has an aviation channel here on YouTube, and I urge you to check that out. He's got some things some planes you don't see typically elsewhere, including some of those old Soviet era jets that Cubana still flies. Here we are, out here at our viewing post. Marco Hinton reminding us that the Qantas A380 will return next August, and we did speak about that a little earlier in the broadcast. And that is good news indeed, because we'll have a little drought there after British Airways parks its, well, at least redeploys its A380 away from Dallas-Fort Worth. We've got a takeoff about to happen, American Flight 2738 to Kansas City, 737-800. Should be, well, I guess it's parked itself away from our locked down shot there, but it'll be going through there in a second. C5 Allen, channel member, says evening Runway DFW mods and everyone. Looks like a beautiful Friday night at DFW. I concur. Christopher Allen, if I can translate this, will you be at DFW next weekend? The answer is I don't know. And I get asked this question a lot. Well, what's your schedule, Walt? When are you going to be there? And I really don't ever know until usually the day before I come out, unless there's some special event scheduled that I need to pencil in. Man, you know, I repeat myself all the time here, but this is a part-time job for me. I do have a full-time job, which takes up a good chunk of my week on Monday through Friday usually, and sometimes apart from that. And I'm a grandpa, and I've got things to do around the ranch, so... It's coming in.
Yep.
In, when? 8:12? Okay, about 12 minutes. Thank you. What?
I was wondering if I could, like, work for you.
Can work for me? I don't... Well, that would involve child labor. I don't want to get in trouble with the authorities.
But not, like, work. Just as, like, a weekend.
Well, if you're here and I'm here, I'm happy to have you hang out. Let's put it that way, okay? There is some of the lineup of UPS tonight. We usually get at least one going out on Friday night. Maybe one or two. There's two MD-11s. You see one of them there in the foreground. But usually on Friday night, not as busy over there at the UPS HQ as it is on other days. Or at least as it is on weekdays. Just a reminder, you're watching Runway DFW After Dark, live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Kevin Kelly says the A350 from Doha will be there at 9:57. So we'll still be here around then, I think. Ann Jones says, good evening all. Hello, Ann. All right, let's get back to the plane spotting here. Oh, it looks like we've got the Flying Roo, which is now getting into position for takeoff. There it is.
I don't have my own YouTube account, so most of the comments from Heather Nelson is probably me.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains it.
Yeah. My mom is not as much into airplanes as I am. She likes listening to me talk for a little while about airplanes, but then I'm usually the one on your streams via her account.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. Well, do you have? You can adjust it so that in the settings you can adjust it so that you can see more about the planes. I can't remember exactly which. Oh, there you go. The row, the flight number. You can add all those in. Unless, well, do you have is that a free account or is that a paid account? Because I've got a paid account, which gives you more options. Maybe that's what the difference is. Ty says, although Walt, you're giving away your age with that music, especially that quick Sky King shot in your credits. Well, I don't make any... I don't make any secret about the fact that I'm not a spring chicken. Let's put it that way. Off to Melbourne goes flight, what was it, 22, I think? Yes. So safe travels on that long distance journey, which they'll be flying around up there for almost 17 hours. Yikes.
17 hours is a long time.
That's a long time. I was on a 12-hour flight recently, and that seemed unending. X-ray plane spotting says Viva Aerobus special livery is about to land. Hope I didn't miss it. No, it's still coming. So let's see. Thank you for that heads up. Switch over to camera 1 here. We'll see what we got. Yeah, we're just looking at that. What is it called? The Club America? I don't know how much of a look we'll get at this, but Club America. I'm guessing that has something to do with football. I don't think I've seen that livery before. Viva Aerobus coming in from Silao in Mexico. Just Plains Crazy says, beautiful evening out. Hope to be heading over to Founders tonight. James Olson, how many 380s fly in and out of DFW? Just one. Just one scheduled.
4 more minutes in the 777.
Say, what?
4 more minutes. 3 now.
3 minutes, okay. Next arrival. Let's see if we got anything going out here. We got some things going out. Next arrival is American flight 1923, coming in from Reno, Nevada. It'll be 737-800. There's the moon.
Not as orange as it was.
No, not as orange. It's gonna change the color. It's gonna change its color temperature as it goes up in the sky there.
It was super neat to see.
Hello, American 1241. We'll have to wait 1
I actually just flew Southwest for the first time a few days ago.
You did?
Yep.
I haven't been on a Southwest flight in ages.
Flew into Baltimore.
Oh,
Got sent there on an 800 and came back.
oh. I've ever been on a MAX 8 or a MAX of any kind.
Speaking of the MAX, this is the United Airlines 747 MAX 9.
Well, it's kind of hiding back there, but that is the United Flight 1387 off to Frisco. There it is. That plane is new as of May, so.
Please take off on this start line.
As we regularly note, United and Delta, for that matter, haven't been sending us their newest planes. Both those airlines have kind of limited service to DFW, but in recent weeks we've seen some newer aircraft on both United and Delta. Our next arrival is going to be Frontier Flight 3212 from Los Angeles with Abaco, the Kirtland's Warbler. So we got a bird on the tail for our next arrival. And then right behind that will be American Flight 81 coming in from London Heathrow. That's 777 300ER on Runway DFW. H-Dot checking in. Hello, Walt, mods, lurkers, and chatty people. H-Dot in France, if I'm not mistaken. James Olson says DFW is an awesome airport. I didn't realize how huge it is. Yeah, we've got... there's kind of the overview of the airport. We're in South Flo, where our location is where that blue Runway DFW logo is. So.
Gotten a $20 super chat.
Oh, I do. I see that. There's S35 Bonanza pilot with a $20 super chat. I'll read that in just a second. I may have to redisplay that. The exposure doesn't give us a very good look at the tail. Well, it's a little better look at the Warbler. So let me put up that that message again from S35 Bonanza pilot. It says, hello, Walton, great mods. Beautiful night here, there in DFW. Waiting in the BBJ for passengers here in Anchorage. Coming home to Dallas. Love, a chilly 35 here. Thought I'd see if you were on tonight, and very pleased that you are. Thank you, S35 Bonanza pilot, for your support of the channel.
Have you ever seen Western Global Airlines?
Yes. I don't know if I've seen it here. Yeah, I did. I think UPS was, I don't know, leasing or using some Western Global aircraft during the holiday season last year. Some MD-11s.
Also, when did you see the Antonov 124?
I'd have to go back and check to see. It was a couple of years ago, I think. I think it was in... Hang on, let me capture the arrival of this big ol' 777 here.
Isn't that the biggest plane American Airlines operates? Does American Airlines operate a bigger plane than the 777-300ER?
I don't think so. They don't have any 787-10s. They just have 9s and 8s. So I don't know capacity-wise which is configured to hold more.
Have you seen Virgin Atlantic?
No.
I've seen Virgin Atlantic currently at its cruising altitude, flying over where I was into like Orlando. I've also seen Omni Air International. They're a pretty cool airline.
Yeah, I've seen that. Well, I saw one which was configured as Quick Trip International.
Oh, Quick Trip, I saw that.
That was very interesting. It's kind of mysterious.
Have you ever seen McDonald's?
No.
McDonald's back in the 1990s, I think, they used to operate an MD-80.
Oh, wow. This is American Flight 329. It is going to Boise. It's an Airbus A321. Boise, Idaho, of course.
American 1923 and Structure 3212, both across 40 left at Alpha, go over the bridge, contact ground point 65 on top of it, response call sign only, please.
I see some medical issues being discussed in the chat. 757 Chip is speaking to Marianna, Texas. Prayers for a quick recovery and long-term positive prognosis. Chip says, and I didn't know this about Chip, he's undergoing treatment at MD Anderson for prostate cancer, but it was caught early and my prognosis is very positive. So I'm very happy to hear about that, Chip.
If you want, I could click on the comments for you.
That's okay, because I got to be able to read them as I do it, but I appreciate your help.
On F Depot, clear for takeoff, runway 18 left, American 329.
Well, that flight to Boise is headed out. I know you've been waiting for that.
Gotta put my top of it on. It's cold out.
You're a little chilly.
Are you originally from Texas?
No, I'm from New York City.
I have a friend who goes to school in my class who's from.
Yeah. I've been told my accent doesn't betray my New York roots.
Departure American 329.
And the dispatcher
Exact date that Qantas sends
back
the
with her laptop.
back.
The exact day?
August 11th, 2025.
Okay. August 11th. We'll be here.
You plan that far ahead?
Well, I mean, I circle it on my calendar.
How do you know when you're going to go out because you don't exactly know the traffic path
Well, I keep an eye on the weather, which,
on those days, which kind of determines the traffic path?
well, yeah, the wind, the wind is coming out of coming out of the south, then it's it's a day I'd consider coming out here. If it's coming out of the north, then it's probably a day I'd consider going over to Love Field.
Love Field's pretty nice too.
Yeah.
That was actually where I first went spotted back in the summer.
No.
Me and my grandpa
Mm-hmm.
because I have English anxiety.
Oh.
I always have. So it was after a therapy appointment. I was like, let's head out to the airport, watch the planes. That way.
That's cool.
And then came out to DFW a few days later. We had actually gotten delayed a little bit because my mom got into a car wreck while on the highway going to work
Oh boy.
that day. And it was Scaloonie when we were first planning to go out. And then Mom got home. And she was fine.
That's good.
Still hasn't gotten.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it ended up being less. And I actually gave some of my pictures to my old teacher, but she ended up quitting, so the pictures were not kept.
Oh. Appears to be American Flight 779 off to Los Angeles. An Airbus A321. We've got Spirit Airlines coming in. Let's pull away for that.
Does Spirit operate the A319?
Yes, although I think I read recently it's due to be retired from their fleet.
JetBlue's retiring the E1. Oh, have you seen JetBlue yet at DFW?
I think I saw it once. It always operates over on the east side for the most part.
I saw it fly over my house one time.
Oh.
I was super excited because I have never seen JetBlue.
Yeah, it's pretty invisible on this side of the airport. That was Spirit Flight 346 from San Antonio, Texas, an Airbus A321. Lots of questions about Spirit still floating around. We don't know. You know, I think there were some questions about whether it would be declaring bankruptcy. I haven't seen that happen yet.
JetBlue actually wanted to buy Spirit.
Yeah, didn't quite work. Anna, the dispatcher, says, "Walt, you sound more upstate New York." Well, you know, that could be an influence. My grandparents lived in upstate New York, and no. And so I spent a lot of summers in upstate New York, in the Saratoga area.
There should be a Qatar Airways that arrives at like 10 p.m.
Yeah, we should be here for that.
Sadly, I will.
Ah. Mariana, Texas says, family wore me out, so I'm heading to the Lurkers Lounge to watch the planes and settle in for the evening. Enjoy the planes, everybody. I'll be watching. Mariana, thank you for participating in our chat tonight. We've got American Eagle Flight 3875 about to touch down from Brownsville, Texas, in the southern part of the state. Our next arrival on runway DFW. Ronnie Johansson, a salute to you, Ronnie, for being a twin jet member. Good afternoon from Kansas. For 8 months. Where's this plane? There it is.
Have you seen the Airbus Blue?
No, only, well, I've seen it on TV, but not in person.
I want to see it in person.
I don't think it's ever flown here. I may be wrong, but
It's probably flown here, but probably neither of us were as into aviation as we are now.
well, it might be more likely to fly into someplace like,
Toulouse, France.
yeah.
You could definitely find them in Toulouse, France. And the Dreamlifters, I want to see them so bad.
Anna says, my dad is from Schuylerville, and my grandpa worked at the Saratoga Springs racetrack for 60 years. Weren't there 2 racetracks there? There was a trotters track and a I think there were 2 tracks. Used to go to the Dairy Queen in Saratoga Springs. I remember that vividly as a child. Chip says, Walt may have lost part of his New York accent with time spent in Indianapolis. I lost part of my Wisconsin accent by living on the coast for 31 years. You know, don't ya? Well, here's the thing. My theory, and it's just a theory, is that I modeled my speech, and I didn't come up with this theory at the time, but I think, you know, my father's from the Bronx and my mom's from Brooklyn. And, you know, they talk like they're from the Bronx and Brooklyn, but I modeled my because I was so interested in broadcasting. I think I modeled my speech after the people I saw on TV and heard on the radio. And at that time, everybody, it's kind of changed since then, but at that time, everybody sounded like they were from the Midwest. So I think that's
10:09 p.m. is when it says it's scheduled to arrive.
okay. Richard Carlisle up there in the great state of Indiana says, good evening, Walt and everyone. Hello, Richard. And Anna clarifying that her grandpa worked at the thoroughbred track. Okay. Rohit Parkal says, 19 days to go for my first 16-plus hour 380 flight from Dubai to Houston. Yeah. I was listening to, mentioned it earlier, the interview that Kevin of Airline Videos Live was doing with Noel Phillips, the great travel vlogger, and Noel was saying, you know, on those long flights, this is the conclusion I came to. He came to the same conclusion. You know, if he's not doing a show, or if he's not recording a vlog, he's an aisle guy on long flights because he likes to get up and move around, and that was my experience. Oh.
It's always cool to see the little Cessna 208s.
I know, it's kind of getting away from us, though. Yeah, missed it. There's a Cessna over there.
Emergency lights. Do they just have those on when they drive around?
Well, I think the emergency vehicles do. They don't always go with sirens, but this one is. And we're seeing a fire truck headed somewhere here on the property.
Hopefully it's nothing serious.
That is always our fervent wish.
There have only been 2 crashes at DFW, and they were all, and the years all started with a 19, not a 20. So let's keep it that way.
That's a good thing to think of. Chip says, my sister is a combination of Wisconsin, Chicago, and D.C. accent. We moved from Wisconsin to Seattle when my daughter was 15 months old. She's 46, and people guess she's originally from Wisconsin. Interesting. Yeah, accents are fascinating, really. We've got American Flight 777, which is not a 777. It's an Airbus A321. But the reason it's a 777, it's Flight 777, is because it's coming in from Las Vegas. And, you know, that's a lucky number, right? So how far away? We'll see that in about 20 seconds. In fact, I can see it right now if we go over here. shrubbery in the way.
Last call, I missed it.
That doesn't make sense.
Thanks, sir. Good night.
Your ATC, he said Envoy 36 heavy.
I know you said something to me. I couldn't hear what you said, so I'll have to.
On that Blair, one minute,
ATC
take off on board
said
36
to the
now.
American Eagle flight, Envoy 36 heavy.
Oh,
That doesn't really make sense.
that doesn't make sense.
Heavy aircraft would be minimum.
Unless American Eagle has some new addition to its fleet.
Oh no, it's just an E-170 alone. I thought the only one that was an E-170 in American Eagle's fleet was the retro one.
There is a retro 170, but I think they have a couple others.
And they used to have E-190s.
Yeah, I think only Aero Mexico. Is it Aero Mexico or Mexicana? I can't remember. Aero Mexico. They fly the E-190 in here. Jacob Sharp, did I put this up? Jacob Sharp says, hello everyone, just checking in. Pretty busy. Yeah, we've got things to look at here. Anna says, my husband says I sound very Midwestern. I don't feel like I have an accent at all. I didn't, when we were talking when you were here, I don't recall a strong accent from you,
No
Anna.
departure on board 3610.
Hope there's a UPS flight tonight. Hopefully there's a 747.
Yeah, we usually can bring our viewers a 747, but I don't know about that.
Doesn't happen every day.
No. Brendan Flaherty says Aero Mexico is upgrading to 737 MAX 8 on October 27th. Oh, okay.
Before BA retires the A380 here.
Cool. Gino Finelli says hello. Todd Dulcos says flew out of DFW today, went to Reagan Airport in Washington.
I like Dulles a lot. I actually just went to the National Air and Space Museum out there.
Oh, I'd like to get back there. I haven't been there in decades.
Saw Concorde there,
You know,
SR-79. And at Dulles, at Dulles, while I was at Dulles, all Nippon Airways Star Alliance liveries also.
Oh.
But American rarely flies to Dulles, right?
I am not sure about that.
They usually...
We've got a Saab A340 coming in here. It's came in on runway 13 right, so we couldn't see it land.
Some 340. I saw this and I was like, I don't want to alert Walt till it gets closer to the airport.
Well, we couldn't see it land, but there it is there.
My grand didn't know that Saab made planes.
Well, I don't think they do any. Well, I think they made like jet fighters and things,
Yeah, they make jet fighters.
but I think they're out of the passenger plane business.
I hate when they show you the cartoon and don't show you an actual picture. I just want
Well,
to see a picture.
Well, that's because nobody's submitted one, I guess.
And I wanted to do Flight Radar Travelers, but my mom would not let me, and they wouldn't let me because I don't have an adult account on Flight Radar 24 for some reason. That I don't see the logic behind it, but that does not allow me. That makes sure that I can track my flights.
RJ Luke is here with a super sticker for $1. Thank you, RJ Luke. Very much appreciated.
I asked my mom if I could do $2 super chat.
Well, it's not necessary. Chuck TXK, good evening, Walt and all, from Texarkana, Texas. Beautiful evening, it is indeed. Were that it could be this nice every time we're out here, but it's just one of those kind of, we have these kind of shoulder seasons here in Texas where it's nice for a couple of weeks, and then it gets either being hot or cold. So let's go poke camera 1 around to look at the loading cargo into an MD-11. So nice to have you with us on this Friday night from DFW International Airport. We've now come up with an hour-long broadcast so far. Yeah, we'll just remind you that you're watching Runway DFW After Dark here on YouTube. Walt with you from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. Nothing has happened. Gino Finelli, what time is Qatar coming in? I think that was about right around 10 o'clock, if I remember right. 10:09, just after 10 o'clock.
Now it's 10:07.
10:07. Well, just after 10 o'clock. We'll just fudge it. Just saw American Flight 584 come in from Tucson, Arizona, an Airbus A321. Looky there, we've got some thanks to give to Bill Platt, our moderator and channel member, who is gifting 5 Runway DFW memberships. Thank you so much for that. Let me turn on I thought we had our alert box on, but I guess we didn't.
I want to be a mod so bad.
Well, I have a rule that you got to be 18 to be a mod.
Darn it.
Machiner.
I'm not even 30.
S-150, can I read that? I used to enjoy the Saab 340 American Eagle flight between Dallas and Texarkana.
American used to operate the Saab 340?
Well, if we are to believe our viewer, and why wouldn't we? Rohit Parkal says, Walt, I'm sure you are aware that you will be in the august company of Big Jet TV next week. Yes, we've talked about that a couple times. Jerry, who's the proprietor and host of Big Jet TV, was kind enough to email me to let me know that he was going to be here, just, as a courtesy. And that was really quite nice. The Allegheny Retro American Airlines livery.
Allegheny, if I'm not mistaken.
Huh?
Let me check.
It's coming in from Los Cabos in Mexico, American Flight 2213 and Airbus A321. Oh, that was Oh, that was Piedmont. Well, they're kind of close looking, but...
That's Saab 340 from American Union.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that looks kind of familiar.
Interesting looking. I like it.
2213 cross right, left Golf 8, east or west.
West side,
This
you
one
said
is
that was
pretty
Golf 8
crazy.
crossing
Yeah.
American 777, 737, Qantas 747.
Does that one have the cowboy hat on it? The Kangaroo has a cowboy. One of their 747s had a cowboy hat on the tail.
Back on their 707s, they had like an extra wing on top of the head, I think. I think that's what you're talking about.
RJ Luke says, where'd it go? And I mispronounced Rohit's name. It's Rohit, not Rohit, so I apologize for that. I think I was schooled about that once before, and I have mispronounced it. So Rohit, I'm sorry about that.
Scott says, you, your stream and music got a lot of love from Big Jet TV viewers on this stream earlier today.
Oh, I'll have to put that message up there. That was American Flight 2868, checking in from Las Vegas, American an Airbus A321. So H. Dot says, your stream and music got a lot of love from Big Jet TV viewers on his stream earlier today. That's so nice.
Speaking of
Oh,
Maryland,
no. J.L. Day says, hello, Walt from Maryland. Great show, very enjoyable and relaxing. Gino Finelli wants to know, what time is it there? Well, if you look, I don't know, maybe too small. There in the lower left-hand corner of your screen is our clock. 8:40 is the time here in the central time zone of the U.S. But, yeah, if you're looking at a phone, maybe that's a little small. Maybe I need to consider making that a little bigger. I don't know. I don't want it to be too obtrusive, because that would, you know,
take
we want the focus to be on the airplanes.
All right, cross 18 left, 0.5.
American Flight 876 from Palm Springs, I believe, is what we've got here.
2645, clear the land, 20 right.
I swear, that looks awfully similar to a 757. Sometimes it's hard for me to tell the difference between the A321 CO original version and a 757.
Yeah.
Especially in the dark.
Well, yeah, in the dark you're at kind of a disadvantage.
Because your camera is so much brighter than what's actually going on.
I know that we've got these nice cameras thanks to our channel sponsor, James Webb. And,
Actually, the coincidence of how I started my membership is while one of your streams was going on, I wasn't even watching it because I had forgotten it was happening. And then I checked my YouTube, or my mom checked my YouTube the next day, and I had been gifted one of the memberships.
oh, that's so nice. We've got an America West Retro coming in, says Airman 24. Coming in from Atlanta at 9:30, flight 2403. Chances are that will be coming in on the east side, but well, we'll see. Flight 1173 arriving from Phoenix, an Airbus A321 on runway DFW.
2403, right?
Yeah. X-ray plane spotting says, I hope to be there for some spotting next weekend. Well, I hope our paths will intersect again, because it was really nice meeting you, Ray. Chip is saying goodnight to us. Chip, it's so good to have you with us. He says good night. Thanks, Walt and Mods. Well, that kind of reminds me, we probably ought to do our thank you crawl, what we call in the business a crawl is when things happen across the bottom of a screen. So we're going to pop this on and say thanks to all of our channel members. This list was compiled as of 2 o'clock this afternoon, so if you're a new member, since 2 o'clock this afternoon, your name will be, watch for your name on an upcoming broadcast.
I got a photo of
So,
showing up on your soul streams.
So thank you to our channel sponsor, James Webb. We've mentioned his name before earlier tonight. Thank you, James. He also gifted us a very generous $200 super chat. So thank you for that. So now we're going to thank all of our, going to name all of our Runway DFW quad jet members.
James Webb is the first one on there.
And we'll get back to the planes in a moment, but I want to make sure I don't miss anybody here. So we've got 757 Chip, the aforementioned 757 Chip. Thank you, Chip. A-list flyer Chris, Alan J, Angela Smith, Anna the Dispatcher, one of our new mods, Beaker and Honeydew, Beve, Cubs Win, Deborah Klein, Dwayne C, Fred Robinson, James Webb, he's all over the place, Josh Aldrich, who's in New Zealand now, and this weekend we'll be visiting with our friend Kevin at Wellington Flights Live, Kirby Brooks Sr., KS Avgeek, Lori M, Michael Flannery, Michelle R.S., Mike G, Pete Nordine, R. Bauer 25, Raina Taylor, S35 Bonanza Pilot, who was visiting with us earlier with a very nice super chat, Sarah Deal, who was here on Wednesday visiting with us. I think she's traveling back to Boston today. Skittles, Steve Lundaby, TNT Oh My, and Will Hutchison. Those are our Quad Jet channel members. Thank you to you. And now I thank all of our other channel members whose names will be scrolling across the bottom of the screen. First the Tri-Jet members and then the Twin Jet members right here on Runway DFW. So we've got a flight coming in from Los Angeles right now. It is an American Airlines flight 2833, Airbus A321 Neo. And there it is.
To be on this list, you have to have been a member for... You have to have been a member for 6 hours or more to be on this.
Yes. We don't often get new members in between shows, though.
It's usually the same.
Yeah.
I wish I had a mic of my own, so that while you're doing that stuff, I can help you out with the comments. Questions. What happened to your little portable mic? The one that
I have it, I don't always have it deployed.
It's not always at the ready. I try to be out here as much as I can.
Well, it's, how far do you have to go to get here?
30-minute drive.
Yeah, it's an hour drive for me. on a good day.
I'd rather take like a 5-minute plane flight. Cessna 150's got it working.
There's American Flight 1459. It's going to Las Vegas. It's an Airbus A321 on runway DFW.
You looked that way, and I was like, ooh, there's something.
I'm looking all over the place all the time.
I wish my grandma would come over here so you can.
Aw. Well, give her my regards. Keith PDX says hello, everyone. Hello to you, Keith. We have another yellow bird about to arrive from San Jose, California. It's an Airbus A321neo Spirit Flight 1942. So we will turn things around over here. There it is. It's going to peek behind the green shrubbery. I do believe we have a super chat. I will investigate that momentarily. Is what? Usually a little more. They throw on some extra flights sometimes. We poke through here.
20 left, line up and wait, man.
What happened to my microphone was down. Anthony Guinan with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Anthony.
The first super chat I did was $2, and I forgot to put anything in, so it was that exact same. I was like, can I put in a $2 super chat? And I thought it was, it would be like, what would you like to super chat, instead of putting the comment and then putting it out as a super chat.
There's Anthony saying, late to the party. Watch the Dodgers get hammered. You know, who the Dodgers playing the Mets, I think. And I think the Yankees are playing the Guardians, which I can't get used to Cleveland being the Guardians, but there's a reason for that. For the change, the name change, of course. All right, we've got clear skies to the north. Well, no, we've got an American Eagle flight coming in from. I always have to look this up. VPS. Destin Fort Walton in Florida. It's American Eagle flight 4020 and Embraer 175. After an hour and 35 minutes in the sky, it's about to land here at the big airport.
It's coming from Florida?
From Florida, yes.
That seems extremely long for an American Eagle flight. And one of the weirdest things I've seen is, I haven't actually gotten to see it yet, but while I've been scrolling through the radar, I've seen...
Well, let me welcome Russell to be a Twin Jet member. Thank you, Russell, a new member. Appreciate that. And look at this. We've got a $50 super chat from Bill Platt. I don't always make it here during live streams. I was your first mod and feel guilty. Sometimes don't feel guilty about that. You helped save me the darkest moment in my life by the channel just existing and you being you. P.S. Hello, fellow mods, new and old. Thank you so much for that kind message, Bill. We appreciate having you here with us.
Here's something weird I've seen on Flight Radar 24. So I was looking at the flights, and there was a flight on a 777-300ER from Tulsa into Dallas.
Yeah, well, Tulsa is an American Airlines maintenance base, so they send planes up there to get checked out. There's a look at the flags blowing there. I think that's a little stronger than a 7-mile-an-hour wind, which the airport was putting out earlier. That could always change, of course, after the sun goes down. Here's the plane coming in from Florida, Fort Walton Beach. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Hold on a second.
Which one is this connected to? Which mic?
The one that's on the ground, picking up the plane sounds.
So that's how it happens. Yep, I'm putting my head back on. How do you not get cold out here?
How do I not get cold?
Yeah.
'Cause I'm always busy. C5 Allen among those who are thanking Bill Platt for his super support. Thank you, Bill, again. Let's see here. We've got regional jet theater happening as far as incoming flights go. Well, as far as outgoing flights go right now, American Eagle 3854 from El Paso and Embraer 175 is on the downwind now. There it is back there.
And right before you started your stream, there was a sky.
Tom Bean says hello from Louisville. Tom, we normally see a lot of, we don't normally see several UPS flights going out to Louisville in the evening. On Friday nights, not so much, but we do have an MD-11 being loaded up right now.
This one, the hello from SDF.
It's a scanner.
I like your hat. It's a cool hat.
Oh, thank you. There goes American Flight 4824 to Oklahoma City.
OKC.
So if Josh Aldrich were peeking in from New Zealand, where he's probably got better things to do, this would be a little, give him a little taste of home.
I'm waiting till it gets to H to see if my subscription is up on there yet.
Well, it goes by, it's alphabetized by first names. Hey, there's Luke, the random spotter.
Oh, the random spotter.
Says, hey, y'all, hope you all having a fantastic night. We're glad to have you here. Luke, one of our mods, one of our channel members, and a friend. American Flight 2102 is off to Seattle. That's it there.
Is it an A321 Neo or a CO?
It is a Neo.
Ooh, Delta plane. Right there.
Well,
A321, I believe, on final.
we'll watch this lift off here. We'll see this rotate, and then we'll
A220.
flip over to a Delta. Just coming in now. An Airbus A220. Arriving from Salt Lake City. My former home, for a year anyway.
Wait, where is it arriving from?
Huh?
Where is it arriving from?
Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City.
American Eagle 3697 is about to launch into the skies, going to Manhattan, Kansas. The not-so-big apple.
I think I hear what I think I hear. UPS flight, if I'm not mistaken. Starting up one of those.
Yeah, I don't see any on the radar right now.
I gotta go.
Okay, well, so good to see you. Thank you so much for the drawing and for your help.
And that back there is my dad.
Hello. What a nice young man you have for a grandson.
Maybe I'll see you
Sure have enjoyed watching your streamlines.
I know it's not everybody's cup of tea, but he seems to like
It
it.
is here in our family.
Hopefully I'll see you.
Okay, thank you again. Bye. Well, there goes our young friend. Let's say thanks to Russell, who has upgraded his Runway DFW membership to the Tri-Jet category. Thank you, Russell.
Alright, another way, our nav square, 18 left, 36.
Well, look who's here. It's our friend O'Malley. Hello, O'Malley, Tri-Jet member and moderator. We like when you pop in. American Flight 36, American Eagle Flight 3687, going to Chihuahua in Mexico. To number 170. But you know what? I'm going to pull off of that because we've got this Martinair. So that Martin Air Flight 648, Cessna 208B Super Cargo Master, just arriving from Tyler, Texas. And even though it's no longer in our sights, let's give it a salute here.
1988.
That is a 36-year-old airframe. And there you see the MD-11 there, still being loaded up. And now we have another emergency vehicle pulling out, sirens on. Second one we've seen tonight. As we always point out, an airport this big is the size of a small city, really. I think there's upwards of 20,000 people who work here. I may be wrong about that, but somewhere in that vicinity. There's a lot of people who work here. So, you know, just like any other city, there's going to be things that happen that require emergency vehicles sometimes. I believe this flight's coming in from Orlando. I just had a brief glance at my flight radar here. So yes, from Orlando, flight 1716 Airbus A321 was that aircraft. It is just after 9 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone, and you're watching Runway DFW After Dark. My name is Walt, and we'll be with you for the next hour or two to give you all sorts of airplane action from one of the world's busiest airports. Is this true? This looks to be another $200 super chat from our friend James Webb. Thank you, James. I'm overwhelmed. That's oh. Thank you again. American Flight 2736 is arriving now from Fort Myers, Florida. I think. Yes, here it comes. $737-800 was that. Jill Mortimer. We're glad you have found our channel and subscribed. Thank you, Jill. And we see many accolades pouring in now for James Webb for his many kindnesses towards our channel. American Flight 1772 about to arrive from Orlando. It's going to be an Airbus A321. The wind is definitely picking up. Wind out of the, it's kind of moving around towards the east-southeast now, 16 miles an hour. So it definitely makes it feel a little bit chillier out here. You're kind of seeing the tail end of an American Dreamliner going over the bridge to the east side for takeoff to Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Wait on board 4281. Next 2403,
Taking off there, American Flight 369 to Santa Ana, California. The 737-800. One of the workhorses of the American narrow-body fleet.
To B Park, 18 right, quick takeoff, copy that, 4281. Roger, so,
American, of course, flies both Airbus and Boeing planes, although all of its wide bodies are Boeing between 777s and 787s. Its Airbus fleet is all narrow body. Jill Mortimer asks, wait, aren't you friends with Wellington Flights Live? Well, I'm long distance flights with Kevin at Wellington Flights Live. I'm a fan of his channel, and I commend his content to everybody who likes planes. You're looking at the back end of American Flight 1547. We'll be taking off shortly to Las Vegas, an Airbus A321. Oh, here comes the American flight from Atlanta, which I think has special liveries. Does it not? Yes, America West. For those of you who are new to the channel and to this and to American Airlines, American has a number of what it calls heritage liveries honoring defunct airlines which are a part of its heritage. And that is the America West livery on a plane that just came in from Atlanta. Flight 2403. An hour and 51-minute trip on that Airbus A321. Jill Mortimer says, I knew it! Now I know two channels that are friends with Kevin. And I'm lucky enough to be friends with two Kevins in this line of work. Of course, Kevin from Airline Videos Live and Kevin from Wellington Flights Live.
Echo Alpha,
And speaking of Wellington Flights Live, look who's here. Hey, Walt, great to see you. Kevin, I have no idea what time. Let me see if I can calculate what time it is where you are. Well, I guess it's Saturday, somewhere around, what, late morning, I guess? Good to have you with us. Always glad to make sure that our viewers know about you if for some reason your fine work has escaped their attention. Why is that so blurry? American Flight 4965 from Alexandria, a CRJ 701ER. It's Alexandria, Louisiana, I think. Craig Russell has now been a member for 1 year, a TriJet member. Thank you. Thank you, y'all, so much from Austin, Texas. Thank you, Craig, for your support of the channel. I have to get back to Austin. It's been more than a year since I made a pilgrimage to Austin. And they were very kind to me there. The airport folks were. Misam Ali, PSA, don't fly to Boston from DFW on Frontier. They will cancel your flight back. Well, I guess we can't make a broad statement like that. But I'm sorry. It sounds like that's what happened to you, though. This looks like a baby bus. Well, I think one of our European viewers corrected me once that the real baby bus was the Airbus A318, which I read recently that there was there's only 2 airlines flying that plane anymore. One of them has now either retired it or is about to retire it, and that just leaves Air France flying the Airbus A318. About to go through your view screen there is American Flight 3703 to Los Angeles, an Airbus A321. And if we're lucky, we will get to see a flight from Austin, Flight 807, in the picture, because it's coming in right now on 18 right. So the flight to LAX is there. Here comes the flight from Austin. I was trying to get them both in the same picture there. There they are. Well, I was kind of off. Wellington Flights Live, Kevin says it's 3:14 p.m. on Saturday here in Wellington. We have changed to daylight saving. Well, now everything is I'm all confused now. We haven't changed to away from daylight. When do we do that? I think it's later this month sometime that we go back to standard time here in the central time zone. So confusing. I wish we'd just be on the same time all year long. Is that Turkish over there going across the bridge? That is flight 192, Turkish Airlines Dreamliner going to Istanbul. And in recent times we've been here, it's been going out here on the west side, but today it has been dispatched over to the east side for departure. Dogger FN says, "Hey Walt, hope you've have had and are going to have a great plane spotting session. Thank you." So far so good. AA Sharpshooter says, "Did the British Airways A380 fly out yet? I saw it fly in a few hours ago." Yes, that was, I think, the first thing. If you rewind to the start of our broadcast, that would be the first thing that we featured. Don J. Lowry alerts us that November 3rd is when we switch over to, where we switch off of daylight savings time and go back to standard time. I should say daylight saving time. I'm a journalist. I should know. I should be correct when I say that, because it's often misstated as daylight savings time. It's daylight saving time. We had a plane landing there, and it was coming to us from San Antonio, 737-800. And there goes a flight to Omaha, Nebraska. We'll point our camera over here to show you one of the two MD-11s of UPS livery, which are sitting across from us. This one's still being loaded up for its next activity. Let me see if I can find out for you what we've got going on here. This is unusual. I see here on Jet Tip, and this may not be, it says we've got a Delta 717 departing at 10:02 to go to Dallas Love Field. That is most unusual. So I don't know what to say about that. Maybe if anybody's got any insider information about that. The 717, of course, is the Boeing version of what started out as a DC-9 and was later an MD-80 in variants. So it's a 2-engine jet with the jet engines attached to the rear of the fuselage. And it's very unusual to see that here at DFW Airport. Delta does fly those into Dallas Love Field. So I don't know what to make of that. Stingray says, how do you kill 2 hours at DFW Airport? On November 7, I fly into DFW at 9 a.m. from Albuquerque to connect to my 11 a.m. flight to Newark. Well, of course, when you is this plane taking off? I almost thought that was that takeoff was waved off there. It was going very slowly there for a second. But anyway, I don't know, it's been I don't fly that often, but experience would tell me if you have a 2-hour layover scheduled, don't count on it being a 2-hour layover. It could be longer, could be shorter if your initial flight leaves late or has to taxi a lot to get to the gate. That flight going out to Austin, Texas, flight 2707. I think we missed the touchdown of this plane coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul, 737-800, flight 2406. Carolyn Crowder says hello and good evening, Walt and the Runway DFW family. Happy Friday, everyone. Ron C. says the Delta could be a repositioning flight. It would have an 8000 series flight number. So we'll see about that. Emery Urchus, thank you for your $2 super chat, suggesting that use the Skylink if you have a tight connection. Skylink is very helpful as long as you don't have to clear through customs. Skylink is the train that goes back and forth amongst the terminals here. American Flight 2229, an Airbus A320 coming in from Des Moines, Iowa. There it is. And that arriving flight, that Airbus A320, 25-year-old plane coming to us from the 20th century. Airman 24 says the Delta 717 went to Dallas Love Field. The flight plan from DFW to Dallas Love Field is canceled according to Flight Radar 24 and FlightAware. So there you go. Sometimes jet tip means well, but well, you know, we were prepared to see that. Delta was supposed to have replaced its 717s on its services in and out of Dallas Love Field. and move them over to Airbus A319s, but I guess that either didn't happen or I don't know. I remember reading that. So it's always good to see the 717s. And Joe Whiting confirming that 717 flight was scrubbed. Carolyn Crowder, love the night spotting, Walt. It's always awesome. Well, thank you. Our next arrival, as I zip up my hoodie, it will be American Flight 1972, which is coming to us from Phoenix, Arizona. Rats, I'm not going to be able to... I couldn't get the zip to work, so we'll just have to wait on that. It's getting a little chilly. Well, we'll wait for this plane to make its way through the shrubbery. Now let me see if I can zip this up. Chase Utter says Lufthansa cargo flight 8220, 777 arrives in 48 minutes from Mexico City. I like seeing that plane. O'Malley says the wind looks a bit sporty. Let's take a look at the flags. We've got a clean shot of the flags tonight, which we don't always have. And as you can see here, Simon Castaneda is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Simon. Renee Elizalde says, hey, Mr. Walt, good evening from West Texas. Happy to have you here with us. It's an E-jet. Touching down from Midland, Texas. That's an Embraer 170. O'Malley is imploring me to hold on to my hat. Well, my hat is attached to my head by headphones, so I'm all good in that department. We have a plane arriving from Seattle. Whoa. That was a bit of a Bosch, if I can give credit to our friend Jerry at Big Jet TV for that very descriptive term. Oh, now we get our second flying roux of the evening. This one off to Sydney. Qantas Flight 8, a 7879 Dreamliner. And of course, this being one of the longest flights you can take out of DFW Airport. Almost 16 and a half hours from here to Sydney. And of course, we repeat once again with great pleasure that Qantas will be next August supplementing its Dreamliner service to here with A380s. And I believe this is a daily flight. I don't think the 380 is going to be here on a daily basis, but we will see it. The Qantas A380. Delicious. Well, Jill Mortimer, not a fan of the flying roux. Well, you can't please everybody. We're excited to see it. So, Jill, you can look away for the next couple of minutes as we focus in on Qantas.
I'm sorry, okay, what's the hotel? What is it?
Dealing with a little battery issue there. Well, X-ray plane spotting says Qantas said there will be daily flights with the A380, so I guess that would be most welcome. Jill is a fan of Air New Zealand more than Qantas. Well, maybe if we click our heels together the right way, we'll eventually see Air New Zealand come into DFW. I don't know if they've ever flown in here or not. You know, things change over the years, and this airport is celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. DFW is. And so it's entirely possible that Air New Zealand has flown here before. But I don't know I don't have the definitive answer to that question. The wind is definitely picking up. Well, safe travels to the land down under. And we had a chance to see both of the Qantas flights taking off this evening. Beto Basilio says hello from Arkansas. Hello, Beto. O'Malley calling that the bendy roo. Well, okay, we've got word now that our three-engined friend over here is about to take off, or is about to back out. It is UPS Flight 767. It is going to Louisville, the world port. And it's just about getting ready to back out. We have a new subscriber, Poobah, and some numbers. I didn't get the end of that, but thank you, Poobah. Alpha Bravo says, hi Walt, curious to know, or curious how well you do with jet lag on long haul flights. It always knocks me for a loop. Well, I've had 2 long haul jet flights in the past 8 years. Well, 2 round trip flights in the past 8 years. So I'm not really an expert on that. I do have to say that the first time I went to Korea 8 years ago was on an American 777, and I had enough advantage miles at the time to fly round trip first class, and I recommend that because I didn't have the same kind of jet lag that I had when I flew a round trip one way to Seoul from Los Angeles on the Korean Air A380, and then coming back on the American Airlines Dreamliner here to Dallas. It took me probably more than a week to get over the jet lag coming back. wasn't as bad going out. But I was in coach seating on both occasions, and I think that may have had something to do with my, I don't know, discomfort. And also, I did come to the conclusion that if I'm going to fly coach class, I really need to get an aisle seat. I had window seats on both legs because, you know, I like to look out the window, take pictures and stuff. But I don't know. I think any flight longer than maybe 4 to 6 hours, I'm going to have to either spring for a higher level of comfort or get the aisle seat. This is among the older MD-11s that remain in the UPS fleet.
A blast from the past, 1992.
And sadly for us aircraft aficionados, you know, we just won't be seeing this plane type for very much longer in the UPS fleet as they get new planes in and they retire their remaining MDs. So Michael S. with some jet lag tips. Set watch to time of destination at the beginning of the flight and try to match your sleep schedule and use noise-canceling headphones. Well, I did have noise-canceling headphones. That didn't seem to help. But, you know, some of it is probably to do with my inexperience as a transcontinental traveler. Because aside from the 2 flights to Seoul, I've been to London a couple of times, which seems like a skip in the park. Because that's only about, 10 hours? Or 9 hours or something like that. Let's see what we got going. Okay, I think we're going to be seeing this plane headed to 18 left for takeoff, so that's always welcome. Blue Dragon Who has the MD-11 icons there. I was going to remake that, and I haven't done that yet. What's that plane over there? Well, that's a Viva Aerobus. That is the, now being eclipsed by the MD-11, that is the livery we saw earlier. Is this going to be a turning and burning? All right, buckle your seatbelts. All right, let's get back to the Viva Aerobus with the Club America livery. It's an Airbus A320. There's Skittles. I just literally rolled into the driveway. Skittles, we're glad you're here. Skittles has some long drives on her as part of her job. To Silao in Mexico. There's American Flight 509. It's going to Salt Lake City. It's an Airbus A321. For all of y'all here on Runway DFW. And if you're wondering why you hear the ATC with an echo, it's because they broadcast the ATC here at Founders Plaza on loudspeakers. And that kind of conflicts with our direct feed from our radio. So there's a bit of a delay between the time we hear our direct feed and what's coming out of the loudspeakers.
Airport 523 DFW Qatar, RNAV cleared, runway left clear for takeoff.
RNAV land, just take off lane left on Airways 513.
X-ray plane spotting says MD-11 is awesome. Used to fly to Havana with KLM many years ago. As I mentioned earlier, X-ray plane spotting is a channel here on YouTube, and Ray recently moved here from Cuba, so he's got a lot of very interesting plane spotting videos on his channel. The Bank of America Tower, what was there a second ago? It's kind of changing colors now, isn't it? We don't have a clear shot of the Bank of America Tower tonight. It's kind of behind some lights, but it's to the right of your picture behind two light standards, and it's kind of all sparkly tonight, at least at this point. It was green earlier. Then I saw it was pink, and now I don't know what it's doing. Christian Porter with an inquiry about is Big Jet TV coming to DFW, and the answer is yes. Jerry, the host, the OG live plane spotter, I think we can all acknowledge that, is coming here next week to do some shows for his members. He told me on Wednesday and Thursday, and he was very kind enough. He was kind enough to reach out to me to let me know that he was going to be here as a courtesy. And I appreciate that. So I hope to get down here to see him. I feel like I know him because he's one of those personalities who just seems larger than life. And he and Kevin of Airline Videos Live were the ones who inspired me to start this channel. So I would like to be able to shake the hand of the man who started it all. It was Delta Flight 2967 from Minneapolis, St. Paul, and Airbus A320. And do we still have that plane in our sights?
1999.
Where'd it go? Well, there's somewhere. Well, there it is, I think. American Flight 1825 is about to launch to Los Angeles and Airbus A321. Kevin Kelly says the A350 from Doha, now 15 minutes out. Thank you for that. O'Malley says, JD is a real hoot. Yeah, Jerry he's got a gigantic personality. And I mean that in a good way. I mean, He is filled with enthusiasms.
Arnett Blair, quick takeoff 18 left, marker, 1825.
All right, off to LAX goes this Airbus A321. We've got another American Airlines A321 coming in from Charlotte. Another big American hub. Flight 1089 is about to land. You can hear it there in the background. I don't know if we'll be able to get these both in the same shot, though.
Departure good day, American 1825.
American 1089.
Just after 10 o'clock Central Time on Runway DFW After Dark. Walt here with you from our vantage point at Founders Plaza. And we'll be here with you for at least some of this next hour. We'll see if things cool down. And we're just happy to have you on board for this Friday night broadcast. Kevin Tilley wants to know, do you know the date that Big Jet TV will be here? Wednesday and Thursday of this next week. I don't have a calendar in front of me, so I guess I'll leave it to you to do the math. Michael S. says, I wish Americans still had MD-80s. Well, I don't know. There's not too many many airlines that do have MD-80s anymore. It's an old aircraft. There goes American Flight 2267. It is going to Kansas City on that 737-800. Luke, the random spotter, says, I caught an elusive MD-83 in the wild at San Diego. No, San Diego? Back in June. Yeah, San Diego. Not once, but twice. Very cool. And Beve wants to know, what bait did you use? And the random spotter answers, my charming good looks. But I kid. X-ray plane spotting says World Atlantic Airlines still has the MD-80s based in Miami. And Tim Boss says MD-80 is still flown in the Middle East. Jim Rockford checking in from Grapevine. Hello there. BBLLB says try Red Air out of the Dominican. Isn't that the one that had an incident in Miami a few months back? If I remember right. I see Qatar flight 729 on the radar now, and A350 1000 as the wind does pick up here. It's looks to be about, it says 3 minutes away. It looks, I don't know, I think it'll be maybe more like 4 or 5, but it's almost here. It is one of 2 daily flights that Qatar runs between here and Doha, both of them operated by A350 1000s. Let me just make a quick look to see if we've got any other heavies coming in this evening whilst we are here. Well, it says here the other UPS MD-11 that we have here is going out right about now. So we'll see if that is the case. Nav Abilash. Nav Abilash? Sorry if I mashed your name. Runway DFW, good evening from Sydney, Australia. Well, Nav, sorry that you missed. We've had 2 Qantas flights tonight. They have both now departed. Had one to Melbourne and one to Sydney. But I'm glad you're here. So let's see here. Let me reconnoiter. Well, the next to arrive is going to be the A350 1000, so it's still a few minutes out. A couple minutes out, maybe. But we will position ourselves to bring that arrival to you. I don't know if this is it or if it's... I think that might be it. Hey, Cubs Win, one of our great Quadjet channel members, has favored us with a $20 super chat. Thank you so much. So based on what I'm observing here, this may be our last plane of the evening. But don't forget, we'll have Chat Stravaganza. Where you, if you so choose, can watch me pack up and chat amongst yourselves while we play archival music from our vast library of 70s and 80s commercial music. Gonna be running into some flagpoles here. Well, not literally, but I see my producer, Mrs. Runway DFW, is urging me to keep going. Well, there has to be something to show while I keep going. I mean, if I knew how to tap dance in my sneakers on grass, I guess I could do that, but I don't know how to do that. All right. Shrubbery alert. We will look to the approximate spot. There we go. That won't be our last plane because the next plane is the 777 Lufthansa freighter coming in. But that ends a journey of 15 hours and 15 minutes. So we do have some things to see here. Just to the south of us, we have a UPS A300 backing out. It's going to Louisville. And we'll flip around in just a moment to bring you the arrival of Lufthansa cargo flight 8220 from Mexico City. Luke says those A350 1000s are growing on me. Beautiful plane. And it's just a skosh longer than the A380, believe it or not, as far as the length of the fuselage goes. Conan says, please keep going as I only tuned in just now. Well, I'll do the best we can. I don't want to bore you with my drivel, but at a certain point in the evening, we have diminishing returns as far as planes go. But we'll keep going until we think there's not much left to see. We're going to swing around now to see how much of the Lufthansa cargo jet we can bring you. That's it there from afar. There's I'll give you a look at the wind as we watch that plane come in. It's a stiff breeze at this point. Your host is getting a bit chilly. The Fort Worth, Dallas, Texas, and American flags there for you. Yeah, we got some crosswind coming in. The wind has shifted from the southeast to more like east-southeast, or almost, I don't know, getting closer to east. An American Airlines A321 coming in from a destination we don't see too often here. I don't know how many flights they have betwixt here and Windsor Locks, Connecticut, which is kind of on the periphery of the New York metropolitan area. Goes the A300 off to its takeoff spot on 18 left for a journey back to the UPS Worldport in Louisville. Probably not cold enough for a hot chocolate, but I feel like a hot chocolate would be just the thing right now. It's not really that cold, I don't think. 70 degrees, it says. It's not cold at all. But with the wind, it feels colder. Kevin Kelly says, time for bed, Walt. Good night. Good night to you, Kevin. Glad Glad you could ride along with us for a bit here tonight. A300 is of the 21st century, dating back to the year 2021. I'm sorry, 2001. Well, it's a turnin' and a burnin'. We'll see evidence of that. Well, there it is. We have yet another emergency vehicle on the airfield. This looks like an ambulance. No siren.
Here we go. 2659, do you have to retire? One deep right, clear for that.
Ah, Mrs. Runway DFW is drinking a hot chocolate. A good nightcap. And she's saying 63 degrees where she is. That sounds more like what I'm feeling. Still not really cold, but I don't know. A bit of a chill in the air. Michael S. says, thanks so much for the live coverage. It's a lot more effort and energy than people realize. Well, that's all relative. We have our little table and cameras and batteries and wires and computers and all that stuff. But I do have to say, there's nothing arriving here. Well, there is something arriving. In the form of American Airlines Flight 2659 from Santa Ana, California, 737-800. Be here in a minute. So we'll just do our little tap dance. Flyer KG, channel member, says it was 41 in Maryland. 41. Of course, this is all Fahrenheit because, you know, we in the USA are a little weird about that. And Chuck TXK saying 52 degrees here in Texarkana. I have to say it feels more like it's in the 50s. But I used to have a thermometer with me. I used to have one that I would stick on my computer, and I would refer to that so I could have some kind of point of reference. for the local temperature, but I don't even know where that went. I'll have to get another one. That was kind of helpful to refer to. All right, what did I promise you? The flight from Santa Ana. That'll be here in a minute. We'll give you the flag and plane shot here again. Luke says it was 29 degrees Fahrenheit overnight where he is in Iowa last night. Tonight it'll be 54 degrees overnight. Well, that's a little better. So that sounds like a freeze. We haven't had our first freeze yet here in North Texas. Although some places in Oklahoma did, I think, last night. All right, we promised you a flight from Santa Ana, and there it was. We have a Boeing business jet, a BBJ, a 737-700. Other than that, we don't have much information about it. But it is an aircraft of high rollers, you would imagine. So the wind is getting fierce. So I think I've seen one of these before, but I can't remember when. We don't have any information about where this plane is going or how old it is. We just know that it's there. And it's about to take off. Quick reminder, if you have any questions or comments or suggestions for us here at Runway DFW, send them on in to walt@runwaydfw.com. Easy enough to remember. Yep, a Dash 700 BBJ.
Take off 18 left, RNAV Blair, American 1162.
Coming up behind this plane is American Flight 1162 to Ontario, California, on Airbus A321. I'm glad I weighed down this camera over here with a 5-pound weight. Otherwise, I think it would be toppled over by the wind by now. Tim says this looks like a Las Vegas Sands aircraft, so maybe it literally is a high roller on board there. We'll fly you to Las Vegas if you'll do a lot of wagering with us. The flight to Ontario is rolling through your screen there. We're more interested in this other plane though right now. Very snappy liftoff there.
All right, we will cross 20 left and make a 180 on the Whiskey Golf American 33. American 162 back, departure good. Go departure, American 162. Over 901 good departure good. Limit there today.
So it looks like that was a Las Vegas Sands aircraft. Luke says 25-year-old Boeing 737 business jet from October of the year
1998.
So, and I think I remember seeing something about this. They were operating a 747 SP until relatively recently. I remember seeing pictures of that. That's fascinating. Well, the activity here is picking up a little bit. I'm not getting any warmer, though. We've got... Oh, look at that. Piedmont livery. Oh, it's making a turn as though it doesn't want to take off. It's unusual. That's the Piedmont Retro livery, Heritage livery, an Airbus A321. We saw that coming in earlier. It's bound for Tucson, Arizona, but for some reason it kind of made a U-turn there. O'Malley's suggesting I do a little dance in order to stay warm. Well, I'm just kind of moving back and forth here. Anybody hungry for ketchup and mustard? There is DHL Flight 102, operated by ABX Air, going off to Cincinnati. 767-300 ER. Typically this transits the 18s here and heads over to the east side for takeoff. Occasionally it'll take off from over here. Well,
1994.
Hit the wrong button. 1994. 30-year-old aircraft as of August. There's that Piedmont livery again. And again, just so there's no confusion, this is an American Airlines plane, but American has a number of heritage liveries, and this is one of them. And I like it because it's got a stripe, as all airline liveries should have. The DHL is on pause, waiting for 18 left traffic to take off.
Runway 20 left, runway 35.
American Flight 2850 to Los Angeles, and Airbus A321 is rolling now. Frontier flight coming in from Baltimore, Washington International Airport, an Airbus A320neo. And on the tail, I don't know if you could make it out. I know I couldn't. Cliff the Mountain Goat. Well, here's Texas Girl, who's been on a long bus or motor coach trip, saying good evening and hello to you. And she lets us know there's an American going to London on the radar as we see the DHL flight go across the bridge over to the east side. Let me see what we got here. I do see American Flight 78, which is a 777, which will be going to London Heathrow. Yin Team Stripes is here with us, looking at us with those eyes. Oh, another Frontier flight coming in from Denver is this one, Flight 2632 with Courtney the Cougar. Courtney the Cougar. And that's it there, weaving in and out from the flagpoles. They light up their tail so well that when we expose for darkness, sometimes it looks a little bit overexposed. Yin Team Stripes is watching from Northern California in San Francisco. Texas Girl says, I'm leaving Boston tomorrow morning. It'll take me 3 days to get back to Dallas. That is a long drive. Safe travels to you, Texas girl. More Frontier tail action over here.
RW Park 18 left 13 up.
What do we got there? It's flight 1405 with Rocky the Saw-Whet Owl. It's going to Ontario, California on that Airbus A320neo.
We're not learning. 18 left, let's take off on board 37.
Michael S. says, I'm watching from Toronto, Canada. DFW is one of my favorite airports. I love riding the Skylink. The Skylink, of course, being the train that connects the terminals, and it's a really great spot to watch or to get a look at the activity around the terminals. Last year, I did a live stream from on my way to my first exposure to Cranky Dorkfest weekend. So as I was getting ready to board, or as I was traveling amongst the terminals, I put that up live, and it was sunrise, and it was really, really beautiful. So yeah, if you've got time to kill here at DFW, a ride on the Skylink is definitely worth your while. There's the Saw-Whet Owl. Michael S. says the Skylink closing door chime is still stuck in my head. Yeah, it's fairly distinctive. We have an anniversary here to celebrate. Curtis Marduz, a member for 11 months. Evening Walt decided to stop by and say hi. I also just noticed I'm 4 days away from being with you for a whole year. Well, that is much appreciated. Thank you for that, for being a TriJet member. So let's see if we have anything else to favor you with before we sign off here. Because I think, well, let's see, we do have we've got here it is. I think this is it. Push the button. So that is American Flight 78, a 777, which will be going to London. Now, if we're lucky, we'll see it take off from over here. If we're not, it'll head over to the east side for takeoff. So whichever way, I think this might be our last plane of the night before I defrost. Well, I got to put everything away before I defrost. But that's what Chatstravaganza is all about, isn't it? So this plane's scheduled to leave at 10:59, so it's backing out of the gate just a little early. It'll be to London at mid-afternoon on Saturday, scheduled to arrive at 2:25 p.m. And the trip to London, about 8 hours and 45 minutes. So I think that would fall into my aisle seat category at this point. We were talking earlier about these long flights, and I think for me, anything over maybe 5 or 6 hours, I'm going to have to spring for an aisle seat, at least as long as I'm flying in coach. There's Charlene thanking all our new subscribers. JRODP50 enjoying your commentary with the family here at the Founders Plaza from the warmth of the car. Now that's the way to do it. Well, we should probably watch some planes in action here, the next one of which will be Flight 4283 American Eagle, headed off to Midland, Texas, so we'll pick that up in progress on Runway DFW. There goes American Flight 1273 to Reno, Nevada, 737-800.
RNAV Laren, clear for takeoff, 18 left, American 1644.
Hotel departure India is now current altimeter 3027. American 662, do you think you're on your left one, please?
AMA 611.
So there you see the how they sequence the planes here. As soon as one is in the air, the next one gets the green light to take off. This one headed to Los Angeles.
662, RNAV B Park, 21 left, for takeoff.
RNAV B Park, 18 left, clear for takeoff.
Only 4268, do you think you're on your left one, please?
20 left, line up and wait.
So that one's off, and then we've got another one now taking off. Like clockwork.
Departure, American 1644. Runway 18 left, line up and wait on with 3543.
They're coming so fast and furious, I can't even identify them for you. I think this is an American Eagle going to Lubbock, Texas. This is all happening on one runway, runway 18 left, the takeoff runway here on the west side of the airport. We've got a pause in the action here.
Departure 4368, thank you, great.
Meanwhile, that big 777 is slowly making its way north. Let's cross our fingers that it will get a west side takeoff for us here. If it doesn't, I think we're done for the night.
RNAV Laren, clear for takeoff, 18 left on with 3543.
And we do have another look at the America West retro livery. We saw this arriving earlier. I can't remember from where.
Over departure for day, and we're 3543.
But it's going to San Diego. I think that's where it came from. I think that's the 777 now paused. So I can't tell if it's going to take off over here or over on the east side. There's the America West livery. Luke says, stay classy, San Diego. Okay, Airman 24 is correcting me. The retro came in from Atlanta. That's, now that you say that, I remember that, yes. It seems like such a long time ago. Airman 24 calling this the 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock p.m. rush hour. The Loneliest Ham, a channel member, says, yes, hello, good sir and friends. Thank you again for this most excellent stream. Well, I appreciate your kind words. Thank you so much. Well, there goes the 777 over the bridge. Boo. So I think, let me check the radar once more time. We've got a Delta flight coming in from Los Angeles. It's an Airbus A319. This flight 420, a 24-year-old baby bus.
Delta 420 taxi, Echo Alpha Home Short of runway 21. Alpha Short of 33.4 will be after the company position.
And so, yes, even though there are a lot of planes taking off, we don't have any big ones. Michael S. says, remember when Delta used to have a hub at DFW until 2004? I do remember that. Delta was kind of a big deal here then. And Charlene says, 400 likes. My work is done here. Well, thank you, Mrs. Runway DFW, for that. Well, okay, I think based upon the wind and the fact that we don't have any major aircraft, I'm disappointed that we didn't have any 747s tonight, but no, that's the way it goes. The way the cookie crumbles. Did we ever see the... I don't think we ever saw the America West plane take off, did we? Well, we'll wait for this one. Still parked over there, waiting further directions. Well, it is now just after 11 o'clock here at Runway DFW After Dark. And yeah, I think this is going to about wrap it up for today's broadcast. As for our weekend activities, I think, I don't know, I'm considering maybe a Sunday morning broadcast to kind of lead into our friends Kevin and Rudy at Airline Videos Live. I'll have to see how things go, but keep your notification bells turned on. Of course, next week we'll be out here to say hello to Jerry at Big Jet TV, who's going to be out here for a couple of broadcasts. He'll be here on Wednesday and Thursday. I don't have word from him exactly when he's going to be broadcasting. Typically, he does his shows in the day because his he uses a camcorder, which is not really optimized for nighttime streaming. So, but we'll look for him and we'll say hello to him, and maybe we can get a chance to do a little interviewing with him. We'll see. But I do look forward to shaking his hand to thank him for inspiring me to do what I do here in DFW. So anyway, it's time once again for our exclusive feature, Chatstravaganza. But first of all, before we get into that, I do have to thank a few people. Big thanks tonight to James Webb, our official channel sponsor, with a couple of really major super chats of $200 and $200. So thank you, James Webb, for that. Thanks to our growing band of intrepid moderators from the Runway DFW Moderation Federation. Thanks to all of you for stringing along with us tonight and for making this such a really nice place for people to hang out and chat together and have camaraderie about aviation and such. I thank all of our new viewers. If you're just being a new viewer tonight, we welcome you. I hope you'll come back. We would like to thank all of our subscribers and, of course, all of our great channel members. So, with that, we will now switch things over to Chatstravaganza Land, which we were promoting earlier. There's Chatstravaganza. And so you watch me pack up, you listen to music, and that's really about it. It's pretty simple. We'll see you next time here on Runway DFW.
Take off runway 18 left. Line for weight 18 left, American 1679.
On the World Wide Web. Get with the conversation.
On that big part, 18 left, clear to take off from road at 2564. Switching American 16. Up over 18 left,
For the great memories.
Hey there, I'm back. The time has come now for us to pack up the rest of our gear, which will take us off the air, so that's going to do it for us. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks for subscribing. Thank you, all of our members. And big special thanks again to our channel sponsor, James Webb. We'll be back soon on Runway DFW. Hit the notification bell for our next stream. Have a great night, everyone, or a good day wherever you may be on this big blue marble. And happy contrails to you until we meet again.
Great memories.